What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, March 14th, 2025. We are standing here at Polderbaan, Runway 06, one of two runways in use for arrivals at the moment. The wind is blowing from the northeast at the moment. Nippon Cargo, Emirates 777 freighter, both on the north side of this runway. Marja, goedenavond, and good morning to all others who have joined already. Dirk on tour, Home Sparrow, Hank, Stranger, Danny Rules, Yillard, Scholar J, Evan, Hanna, Martino, Redison Guy, Hans Worst, good morning, goedemorgen, good evening, whatever time of day it may be for you. Welcome to the show, folks. Helvetic Airways, returning from Zurich. And now, to switch it up, the Chinese triples are parked on that side. Interestingly, I also saw that there was a Delta A380 that they parked over there. It was being tugged over there earlier while I was setting up. Don't know why that was. Last time I checked, Delta did not do any cargo flights to Amsterdam, so not exactly sure what's going on there. Chris Coot, he's present already. And Gary Grebe was here as well, but he dove under as usual. Not exactly sure. Saw something dive under over there just now. Bit hard to see, the sun is still a bit low. SAS coming in next. SAS arriving for Copenhagen, flight 2551. Aeromo, good morning. Bas, June, Peter, Leo, Tomo, Peter Petit, Clemencia, Remco. Goedemorgen, welcome one and all. Let's quickly turn back. We have KLM flight 592 coming in next. That's a 777-200 arriving from Johannesburg in South. This is a 777-200 10 hours and 31 minutes underway. The PHBQP, it is 17 years old. First flight April 2007. BA coming in after that, A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Hey there, Jannes, good morning. Home Sparrow asks, what does ER mean? That's extended range. Means the ER airplanes are able to travel further than non-ER airplanes are. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Designs by Jensen. Ewald, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, folks. Hope everybody's doing well. Wanted to do a same stream as I'm doing now yesterday. Arrived here and they changed up the runway use. When I arrived here, Polderbaan was closed, and in the end it turned out they only reopened it around 10:30 and it stayed open the rest of the day. So I still don't know why exactly they closed it for the duration. Maybe the vicinity of showers. It was worse weather yesterday than it was today. I figured I'm not going to wait it out. Bezoekbus had not updated yet, so it was unclear to me how long the runway was going to stay closed for. I was expecting it to stay closed until 11. Turned out it was a half hour early. It reopened half an hour earlier, but yeah, there you go. Today, hopefully nothing out of the ordinary. Don't know how at what time Nippon Cargo arrived. The hatches are closed, so I'm thinking it should probably be full already and ready to go at short notice. This is BA, flight 430, A319, arriving from London Heathrow. 45 minutes flight time. 25-year-old airplane, first flight November 1999. Hadi Martijn, goedemorgen. John Dutch Canadian, goedemorgen. Floris, goedemorgen. Rob asks if he missed any eel updates. No eel updates that you've missed. And according to the weather forecast, there is still a small chance of a local shower here and there. And looking around me, I wouldn't be surprised if we might catch a few droplets later at some point. This looks like it's drifting away from us, but if you look further away, and if I have my orientation in properly, this is looking to the east, so land inward. I think these are cumulonimbus clouds. Adi Patrick, goedemorgen. Mr. Apple, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. René, goedemorgen. Maria, bon dia. German Monster, good morning. Nicky Slots, goedemorgen. Tarnish, good morning. Welcome one and all. KLM flight 1214 next, arriving from Stockholm. 737-800. 1 hour 40 minutes underway. The PHBXU, 18 years old, first flight April 2006. And as already mentioned earlier, if all is well and this runway stays open for arrivals, we should see 3 queens and the king all before or around 1:15 at the latest. Let me show you in a moment. So runway 27 and the Polderbaan are being used for departures today. Interesting that they are not doing parallel departures, which I had expected. Now, first of all, a massive big thank you to John Dutch Canadian, who just now went ahead, gifted 5 memberships. John, thank you so much for your generosity. I hope that everybody who just received their membership will thank you for it. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to John. John, thank you so much for your kindness, mate. If you look on Flight Radar, just quickly, we can see that there are 2 747s on the way from Saudia and from Cathay Pacific. They're all arriving from the east, and they're both arriving at the time where normally one runway should be open for arrivals. Now, is that still the case? Yep. When I started, it wasn't. And you can also see that there is a 3rd queen incoming from the east. I will show you later in a moment. First, let's continue with the landing of Air Baltic flight 961, arriving from Vilnius, 8220-300. Telltale whistle, geared turbofan engines. You hear the same whistle when an E2 Embraer passes by. Next up, EasyJet arriving from London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, it will give you the cramps the next airplane. As I was saying, Looking on flight radar and macroscopic overview, you can also see that there's an Atlas Air arriving around 1:20. Over the Black Sea, Emirates with an ETA of 12:33, and Saudia has an ETA of 10:25, and 10 minutes later Cathay Pacific Cargo is going to arrive. As you guys see, the runway use has changed. It was still 36 right that was in use earlier. Now it is just 06. So that bodes well for us to be able to see all the Quad Squad members that are on the map right now. 4 Quad Squad members, 3 Queens, 1 A380, all expected before or around 1:15. And their contour says that 36 Center is closed until 11:04 because of ILS maintenance. So there you go. While setting up, I had a brief moment of hesitation if my pen handle was at the right setting. I think I've positioned it 1 notch too low, so let me fix everything. Turn that loose, up 1 notch, reattach, there we go. This probably works better for following the airplanes. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. Lovely day today. Mostly dry, if not completely dry, although here and there a shower can be expected. And looking to the east, land inward, you can see why. I think these are cumulonimbus clouds. They're far away and they're not going to come this way. The wind is blowing from the northeast, so wind is blowing more or less from over there, more or less. I think you can even see the direction of the wind, because streets of clouds are forming. That means clouds forming along the line of the wind, the prevailing wind, indicating that whatever we saw in the distance will not come close, luckily. KLM flight 978, arrival from London City. And Chris Coot is saying hi. Nippon has all the doors shut, while the neighbors are still being unloaded by the looks of it. Now, John, what are you doing, mate? You really didn't have to do that. 10 new memberships gifted just now by John Dutch Canadian, mate. Thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. That is above and beyond. I hope that everybody who receives a membership from you, or from anybody who is gifting a membership, will thank the gifter for it. In this case, John. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. You have 28 custom emojis at your disposal for a month. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis to your heart's desire. So feel free to share them, to spam them with us in the chat here. Peter Hommel, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Johnny, goedemorgen. Hassan, goedemorgen. Kees Storm, goedemorgen. Triradile, tuning in from Perth, Western Australia. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Long time no see, I think. Or have you been in Lurkers Lounge in the meantime? Doesn't matter. Welcome back. Edwin, goedemorgen. GQ, good morning. Jeffrey, goedemorgen. Hadi Danny, goedemorgen. Next airplane coming in is Air Arabia Morocco, I think. Arriving from Nador. Nador is in Morocco, which is in the north of. Flight time 2 hours and 38 minutes. Registration of the airplane, Charlie, November, Mike Tango. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2016. Vuurwerk fan, goedemorgen. And you can see cloudiness. And it's lovely to see how the airplane is flying through clouds, with clouds in the background. Shade for one moment, sunshine the other. Bit of cloud. And back in the sun. Hadi M. Visser, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. Oh, beautiful, the backdrop of clouds. I think that looks so much better than just blue sky. Displays it shows the speed that the airplanes are flying at much better. The sun, in the meantime, is shining over here. Lovely to see. Haven't seen any clouds yet that gave me the finger. They're all still well behaved. Definitely some more activity over there, land inward. This is the camera pointing a little bit to the little south of east, but land inward. Good morning, Alameen. The Alchemist. The Alchemist. Daniel, goedemorgen. Right. We have an E2 Embraer 195 coming this way, arriving from Porto in Portugal. You'll also hear the whistle once it passes by. And is that Gary Grebe over there already? I think it might be. Yeah, that's Gary Grebe, all right. Mother Ducker. Listen for the whistle once the airplane passes us by. You'll also hear it whenever an A220 passes by. This is KLM flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal. One of the Coots is also saying hi. And Jay, goedemorgen. So yeah, departures from runway 27 means that occasionally you can see an airplane making a quick turn to the right. In this case, this is KLM's Embraer 190 in the SkyTeam livery. Still no movement at Nippon Cargo. Next up should be Lufthansa in the Star Alliance livery, flight 988, an A319 arriving from Frankfurt. On the way now for 46 minutes. Wind on the scale of flag. Looks like so. It's not completely wind still, but it's definitely not windy. Lufty in the Star Alliance livery, and in the bottom you can see turning in KLM flight 982, no 682, apologies, that's an A330-200 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. First up, Lufthansa Flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. Star Alliance livery A319, 47 minutes underway. It's Daibi, D-A-I-B-I. Delta Alpha India Bravo India. The plane is 12 years old, first flight September 2012. Looks a bit pixelated. This is back to the top end of optical zoom. Hadi Tina, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined us. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to shoot if you have any questions. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. A lot of them are knowledgeable as well. Hey, Brody made it. Good to see you, Brody. Hope all is well. Vision Mauve, good morning. All is well over here. Thank you for asking. Now, contrails should be visible if you can see them between the clouds. That's probably something from BA. Pity the fool that dares to pass us by without saying hi. This is KLM flight 682 arriving from Vancouver, Canada. A330 200, 9 hours and 6 minutes underway. It's the FWOC, the PH AOC. The airplane is 19 years old. The first flight was in October 2005. Oof, beautiful wheelie there. Right. A340 to Paramaribo. Estimated time of departure 25 minutes from now. Polderbaan departure. Hopefully we can see things a bit better from over here than we could last time we were here. Last time it was a little bit hazy. We'll have to practice getting my bearing in beforehand because it is a bit difficult spotting airplanes if you don't know where you need to look. Although I think we should see outbound traffic a bit better than we did last time we were here. Let's do a practice round in a moment then. Delta A330 coming in, flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan, 7 hours and 10 minutes underway. The airplane is 17 years old, first flight July 2007. Registration November 819 November whiskey. Whiskey. Oh. Early morning whiskey. Oh. Finnair is the next airplane to arrive after this one. Flight 1301 arriving from Helsinki, Finland. Unfortunately, not the A350 today. Howdy Niels, goedemorgen. Doing well, thank you for asking. Dennis, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. And indeed, perfect spot for morning arrivals, Des. You're absolutely right. Beautiful lighting. The beautiful lighting. Poof. Noise wheelie. Yeah, so where do airplanes from Polderbaan take off? Where do we see them? Thought it was a little bit in the vicinity of here, but not exactly sure. Hadi Danny, goedemorgen. Midvie, good morning. Brian, good morning. Luther, good morning. Welcome back, guys. Hope all is well with all of you. Happy Friday. Trying to get my bearings in since we are expecting the A340's departure in 20 or so minutes from now. On paper, I think we should be able to see departures from the Polderbaan from over here, if I know where I need to look. Well, I know for a fact that I should be able to see them. Let's try that again later. This is Finnair, flight 1301 arriving from bloody Helsinki, Finland. A321. It's the wannabe A350. Hadi Matt, goedemorgen. Rudy, good morning. Welcome one and all. Now where did I see it? There it is. Right, so extrapolating from that, yeah, this is more or less where I think you need to look. That's easy. That's an easy landmark. Hey, Wolfgang, also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope all is well. Our next airplane is Air France. It is a Bombardier C Series 100, flight 1340, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Flight time 43 minutes. The Vegetac. She is 17 years old. Huh? Wait. No, Oh! I misread. It's an A321. I thought it was a Bombardier C Series, but looking at the age, I thought that's impossible. 17 years old, first flight January 2008. Can't be an A220 then. I am doing well indeed, Wolfgang. Thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Hadi Ricardo, goedemorgen. Lauwe, goedemorgen. Mr. Crazy? Morgen. Good morning, Stephen. Stephen says Royal Air Force flying over Haarlem. Well, interesting. I do see a little Contro remnant Where did I see it? I think it was over there. So I'm thinking maybe we will be able to see something over here pretty soon. Let's also have a look on what is coming. Delta Airlines is coming next. Flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. A330-300. 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. 9-year-old airplane, first flight April 2015. Eddie says, good morning, what a surprise. Is it? Is it surprising that I'm streaming on a Friday morning for you? Ah, normally working this day. Got it. Is that the Air Force? Not sure if it is. Really looks a bit pixelated. Next up is Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. There's also a Turkish A330 arriving here. I think it's flying somewhere between the clouds, passing... Oh yeah, Turkish, over there, A330, already visible. Cloud surfing. Still easily recognizable once it got visible. Wolfgang asks if I've seen the new livery of Korean. Yes, Pilot Sander forwarded me some pictures. I think it is disgusting. It's a bit like the upgrade, quote unquote, of Iceland Air. I don't know what those airline companies think and how they think this might be an improvement. Because in my opinion it isn't. In the meantime, Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Sweetie, good morning. And good morning to all others who have joined us. Bit of reverser use there. Delta Airlines Flight 162, A330neo, having returned from Minneapolis, Minnesota. American Airlines Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia next. Oh, Donald and Daisy. Just make sure you get out of the trajectory of those airplane engines. American Airlines Flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 7878. 6 hours and 34 minutes on the way. November 801 Alpha Charlie is its registration. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight February 2015. Chinese triple should be somewhere in the back. Yep, there it is. Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai. check out the wings. Now there's flex. Oop. Now hardly any. Oh, and check out the use of the elevators. And reversers. Reversers to boot. That is beautiful. Now if you guys are enjoying the stream so far, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the content of this channel to new viewers who might not have come across the channel yet, but who would also be interested in streams like these, who might want to join our community if only they knew how awesome this existing channel is. First of all, learn of its existence. Second of all, be enticed to click on one of the thumbnails. Step 3, stick around. Become part of the audience. This is a Chinese triple China Cargo Airlines Flight 209 arriving from Shanghai in China. Flight time 11 hours and 22 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. Registration is Bravo 222 Kilo. First flight of this airplane, August 2022. Good morning, Bill, who is tuning in from Wisconsin, where it is still very early. Good morning, Monster Tube and Elwa. Los Viajes, the black and white, good morning. Hey, Eloy is sticking around for the second time. That's good news, mate. Happy to hear that. Check out the beautiful lighting and the backdrop. And listen to the beautiful sound. And the departure of from runway 27 simultaneously. Runway 27 being used for departures as secondary runway until 11 expectedly. Or at least that's what you guys told me, because of maintenance of the center runway. That also sometimes needs to happen. Now, it was said that here and there a shower might form, and I'm thinking land inward looking over there does look a bit more dark and gloomy. Look at how beautiful this cloud is illuminated by the sun. I love weather like this. It is beautiful. Hey there Donna, good morning. Alex, herzlich willkommen, tuning in from Bonn once again. Hey there Bryn, who's tuning in from Wales. Hope I pronounced your first name properly. Little contrail on the left as well. I can watch for hours on end. Looking at these clouds, it's beautiful. The lighting, particularly the twilight lighting around dawn, or in my case dusk more often, because I'm more of a night owl than a morning morning person. Our next airplane coming in is Lufti, arriving from Munich. Lufthansa flight 2302, arriving from Munich, A320, 1 hour 10 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, the Yuk. First flight, January 2015, and next up is going to be a Canadian 777-200 long range. Arriving from Toronto, Canada, flight 808. Full as well. There's an A319 already behind it. Oh yeah, there it is. One of my rule of thirds lines was right in front of it. And Bert is indicating that the Saudi Queen is glitching above Overijssel on flight radar. Well, as long as it's going to land here on runway 06 in a few minutes, that's all that matters to me. Lighting, sound, beautiful. It is magnificent. Hey, Turkish flight 1951, the A330 that we saw pass by overhead is now number 2. Right after an EasyJet A319 coming in from London Gatwick. Chris Coot is doing morning cardio over there. Not sure if Gary is still over there, Gary Grebe. This is EasyJet flight 28673 arriving from London Gatwick, an A319, 43 minutes on the way, par for the course, 15-year-old airplane, Austrian registered, OELKC. First flight, October 2009. After that, Turkish flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul. Matt asks where I'm standing. I'm standing here in the field next to the Kaagbaan over here on the southwestern threshold. Adi Paul, goedemorgen. Niels, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. The first of 3 Queens is already approaching in Dutch airspace. Saudia. And then 10 minutes later, Cathay Pacific Cargo will land here on this runway, the Kaagbaan, primary runway for arriving traffic today. A third one will be arriving around 1:15 p.m. local time, so in 3 hours from now, and the Emirates A380 is expected around 12:30. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because we are going to catch them all. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul, A330-200. Boom. Nicely controlled. Wolfgang asks about traffic here on runway 33. Not much to see. Chris Coot over there doing morning cardio. That's on the extended piece of the runway, and over here on the main runway, no traffic. Hey, Chinese Triple, will it be obscuring our view of the Nippon? I think it will. Bastard. Mother effer. Delta Airlines Flight 74. In the meantime, also give me a heads up if you will when the A340 is lined up and is going to take off from Polderbaan. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300. Registration November 809 November Whiskey. Flight time 8 hours and 6 minutes. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight March 2005. Kidalp says, love the stream. Good morning and thank you for your kind words. Good morning to Ari. Ahayao gozaimasu. More Delta. But first, Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. Let's have a quick look for those of you joining us later to see what we can expect today. This is current runway use. We are standing over here. Primary runway for arrivals is the Polderbaan, and after 11 o'clock we are going to see this runway also open up as runway for departures. Secondary runway for arrivals today is the Aalsmeerbaan. Checking out what is coming, we have two Saudia and Cathay Pacific Cargo 747s in Dutch airspace already. So this one is going to be number 1 and this one is going to be number 2. Both will land here on this very runway we are standing next to. Next is going to be the Emirates A380 with an ETA of 12:35, and last airplane of the Quad Squad coming in now with an ETA of 1:20, but arriving from the west, so still expected for the Polderbaan, is Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. The weather, while we are at it, have a look at the METAR in the ticker. We had the old METAR, this is the latest. You can see that the wind is still blowing from the northeast, and the airplanes are landing in this direction, which means that there is mostly headwind and a little bit of crosswind from the left. It's not exactly cavalcade. We have few clouds at 1500 feet, 10 plus kilometers of visibility. It is 4 degrees above zero. No significant changes expected. I'll do a quick update of the METAR in the ticker, and then it is back to the camera controls. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague. That's number 175. The next airplane after that is KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto, Canada. First Queen is now within visual range. Luckily also no clouds are in the way. This baby is going to land on the runway we are standing next to in a few minutes, folks, so sneak preview of what is to come. Wonderful to see. Where will she reappear? Right, well, longer behind the clouds than I originally anticipated, but no matter, we will see it soon enough though, no problem. A sneak preview of what we can expect. This is KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto, Canada. 7879 Dreamliner, 6 hours 43 minutes on the way. The PHBHP. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight August 2018. Thanks for the update, Maria. The ETA of the A340 departing to Paramaribo delayed a little bit. Bam! And gone is the wing flex. Its bigger sibling is arriving from New York next. KLM Flight 644, 78710 Dreamliner. Here's the next airplane coming in from New York, JFK, KLM Flight 644, 78710 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 23 minutes on the way. The PHBKC, 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. Hey there, Guido, who is tuning in from Christchurch. Good evening. A reticent guy asks, where do you park? Near the Kaagbaan. You can park either in front of Luxom, the rental. There's a little strip between the cycling path and the road where there's usually space, as long as you don't occupy one of the entrances or exits. And there's also a road further up ahead. Where you can also park. And there's also an entrance to a former car parking lot. And I also sometimes see people park over there, although I never did that myself over there. Good morning, me myself. Good morning, Max. Good morning to all others. Gokhan. Good morning. See that Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. We have a duo of airplanes visible in the distance. Both narrow bodies, A320 in the foreground, A320 behind it, EasyJet arriving from Bristol, and SAS arriving from Stockholm. Give me a brief moment to congratulate and welcome Trera Dial to the Aurora Sky Lounge member lounge as our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for your vote of confidence, for choosing the lounge as your place to hang out in. A lot of members are chilling and relaxing over there, so if you need to find your way, ask any other member, they'll happily show you around. Thank you so much for your confidence and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to use the custom emojis. All members have access to them. Gifted members for a month, but they're there for a reason. There's 28 of them, including EasyJet. Good morning, Jetstream Journeys. And Guido, if you check the meter in the ticker, you can see the current temperature. If I recall correctly, 4 degrees C. Adrie, goedemorgen. Teun, goedemorgen. Won't be long before we're going to see the first of 3 747s landing here today. 3 747s and an A380. That's what's in store for today. Two of the three queens are coming in pretty soon. Saudi Queen is now over Rijnsburg. Midvie says, quick glance at the beautiful clouds that are sunlit, beautifully illuminated over there. Makes for a very dreamy skyscape. Not so much if you look to the east, land inwards. I think there's a shower over there. But that's not our concern. It's not going to get over here. Wait, no. A bit further to the right. Our first queen is coming. Saudia flight 933. Saudia cargo returning to Amsterdam from Jeddah. And another airplane approaching the glide slope in the background. The flight time is 5 hours and 47 minutes. It is a 747-400 freighter. 30 years old, the 9H aka. First flight of this airplane was back in January 1995. Ooh. Special livery A319. Philadelphia tuning in from Singapore. What a timing. Right, Saudi cargo, as I was saying, 30-year-old airplane, first flight January 1995. Also back in the chat, what a perfect timing, mate. Hope all is well. And quickly, a massive big thank you to Frans Gretler, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Frans Gretler, that sounds like a German, somebody who is from a German-speaking country. Frans, vielen Dank. Herzlich Dank for deine gifted memberships. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from Frans just now will say thank you or dankeschön for it. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Frans. Please enjoy your custom emojis that you now have access to. Frans, thank you so much, mate. Sarah also back, good morning. Perfect timing. Let me shut up now. Saudia, first queen. Alright, now switch on those reversers. Nope. They're refusing. That's an idle reverse landing. That's a shame. That's a waste of potential. Now, what else is coming our way? A sneak preview up in the sky will tell us what we can expect in another few minutes from now. Here she is, queen number 2. She will be landing here on the Polderbaan pretty soon. Also cloud surfing a little, but not as long as the previous queen was. Alrighty, KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena up next. All well with me over here as well, Paul. Thank you for asking. Alrighty. Hey there, Henair, Richard. Goedemorgen, good morning. Grant, Kiora. Welcome back, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name's Boy. This is Runway 06, the Kaagbaan that we are filming arrivals from. Kaagbaan is primary runway for arrivals today. The first of 3 queens that we are expecting today has already landed. The second one just now passed us by, is on the downwind leg and is expected within minutes from now. The third queen will arrive in little less than 3 hours from now, if I recall correctly. 1:20 p.m. It's ETA. And in the meantime, the Emirates A380 is expected around, what was it, 12:30. Have a look at this. Beautiful clouds further south. This is south. This is looking to the east. Looking then inward. Looks a bit more nasty. Over here in the west, still everything looks good. Although it was expected, or it was mentioned that there is a small likelihood of a few droplets here and there throughout the day. I think we should be good over here. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1918 arriving from Zurich. That's number 190. Hadi Erik, goedemorgen. Oh, I'm scrolling to see what Wolfgang was writing. I haven't seen that particular video yet. No, don't recall having seen it. Alrighty. Next up, KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris, and after that Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. The question is, where is Her Majesty the Queen? She's not yet turning in. The third airplane that just now turned in is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London Heathrow. Queenie is now flying base and is approaching mainland, the Netherlands. And that is perfect, Wolfgang. Thank you so much. There are the next 2 airplanes. Gives me a quick moment to go back to the computer, scroll up a little bit, and massively thank Hen Air, who just now gifted the membership. And I see that Roni was the recipient of the gifted membership. So welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Roni. You now have access to our 28 custom emojis for a month. Use them however you see fit. Don't forget to say thank you to Hen Air. Hen Air, thank you for your generosity, and welcome to Roni, our new member. In the meantime, a warm welcome to all who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Beautiful day here at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. Tarom arriving from Bucharest next. Daarom. Why? That's why. Hey there, Paul. Good morning. And goedemorgen, Joep. Joep is tuning in from sunny Ede. Over here, you can see the sun is shining as well. And lo and behold, we are expecting another queen. Where is she? According to flight radar, she should be on the glide slope already. Bit higher up, stupid. The gear is extending. Wing fluff over the top foil of the wings. Queen number 2. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 2067, arriving from Dubai World Center with a flight time substantially longer than the Emirates A380 would have had at this stage. The A380 would have done this track in around 6.5 hours, and the 747 is now almost 8 hours on the way. And thank you for your kind words, and welcome to the show, Ben, with double N. This is Queen number 2, 203, and there's also an A380 still expected. This is a 747-8 freighter, 13 years old. Registration is Bravo Lima Juliet Foxtrot. First flight December 2011. Here she is. And Maria is giving us an update about the Suriname Airways A340, which was expected to depart, well, 20 minutes ago to Suriname in Paramaribo in Suriname. Now an ETA of over an hour from now, almost exactly an hour from now. Anyway, Cathay Pacific Cargo flight 2067, 13-year-old airplane. First flight December 2011, 8 hours on the way from Dubai World Center, now to Amsterdam. Pretty substantial use of the reversers there. Meanwhile, our visual pipeline overhead traffic shows us that also coming this way pretty soon is Qatar A350. Right, let's quickly turn back. KLM flight 758 is arriving next from Panama City. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 33 minutes on the way. The PHBKK. First flight December 2020, making this airplane around 4 years old. Now folks, if you have been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to bring in new viewers, new awesome people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet and don't know of the existence of AMS Live. But if they did, would be happy to join us. Qatar A350 coming, but before that and after this, the second airplane after this is going to be an ITA A321neo. The sun is out, so it should make for a beautiful blue airplane, bringing out the best of the beautiful livery of ITA. Flexi wings, and now no more. What did we see in the background? Was that a police helicopter? I think it was. Yep. It's a shade of blue that almost looks like ITA from a distance. Never really noticed until now. Hey there, Esther Benjamins. Goedemorgen. Esther Benjamins is tuning in from Cairo in Egypt, where it is no less than 32 degrees. That's a bit warmer than it is over here. Next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 1930, arriving from Geneva. It is the second airplane that we are going to see in today's stream from KLM in the SkyTeam livery. Although the other airplane, the Embraer 190, we only saw having departed from runway 27, we saw it a bit further away. This one is going to get really close by. And Jay says that police is chasing Qatar for speeding. As if they're able to keep up the police helicopter. They need to use turbo boosters like Knight Rider. Anyway, KLM flight 1930 arriving from Geneva, an hour and 3 minutes on the way. 23-year-old airplane, first flight June 2001. Oink Oink is also coming. You can see it on flight radar. It should be passing by overhead in a moment. Probably behind one of the clouds. Yeah. Our next airplane is beautiful blue. There's a custom emoji for it. It is ITA Airways. Flight 108 arriving from Rome. We can see two more airplanes in the distance behind it. We're going from one custom emoji in blue to the next in red. And right after that, a third custom emoji, EasyJet A319 arriving from Chester. Good morning, Marky. Willie, good morning. Steve, good morning. Trucker Nick, good morning. John Singleton, good morning. Quinten, goedemorgen. Menno, good morning, goedemorgen. Good morning, David. Fern Sebastian, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Blackburst, goedemorgen. Good morning. Right. A321, ITA Airways, and let the sun illuminate it. Check out the magnificence of this shade of blue. Wow. Particularly when the sun is shining on it. Hands down, in my humble opinion, the prettiest shade of blue on an airplane livery out there at the moment. At least coming to Schiphol Airport. Qatar will be arriving as number 3 now. First that red airplane, then that EasyJet, then Qatar. Question is, can we see Qatar already? The answer is yes. We have a beautiful 3 airplane glide slope shot here, folks. Check it out. Where is Captain Jerry? Alright, playtime folks. Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik, A320neo, 2 hours 55 minutes on the way. Tango Foxtrot Papa Papa Bravo is the registration of this airplane. First flight September 2020, 4-year-old airplane. Here she is. It's getting a bit more cloudy by the looks of it, at least where the sun is shining. Where the sun is in the sky, I should say. Seemed it was flying in the shade from clouds a bit longer than earlier airplanes did, but it broke free of the shadowy parts of the sky just in time. Hey, Mabuba is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Emirates. They're still... well, they were... I think they were loading it earlier. The hatch is still open. Join East Triple. Also activity next to it. Ever since I arrived here, Nippon already had all its hatches closed. The front door was also closed even. Not sure what time it will depart. Maybe we will be able to see its pushback. Hear its engines being started. This is EasyJet flight 27854. It's an A319 arriving from Chester. Nice little wheelie. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Maria says, can't find info on the Nippon cargo. Yeah. Well, cargo airplanes are usually very randomly taking off and arriving, so I'm not too surprised. Even if you were to find an estimated time of departure, it more often than not is not taking off or arriving at the time it is mentioned in the scheduling. 2 back-to-back heavies with an A350 in the foreground and a 7879 Dreamliner in the background. Qatar flight 275 arriving from Doha on the right. A350 900. 6 hours 24 minutes underway. It's the A7 Ami. That's Alpha Mike India. 6-year-old airplane. First flight January 2019. And the airplane that you saw in the background is KLM flight 668. Arriving from Austin, Texas. Hadi Jan Jansen, goedemorgen. Jacco, morgen. Michael, goedemorgen. Roy is asking an interesting question. What do you guys think of the new Korean Air livery? I already shared my opinion. I'm curious to learn what you guys think of it, insofar as you guys have seen it already. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show, folks. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Kaagbaan that we're standing next to. Runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. 2 747s already landed here. Another one is expected around 1:20. There's also the Emirates A380 still expected around 12:30, and they're both expected to land here on this runway. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because I intend to catch them all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Feel free to ask any questions that you might be having. There's no such a thing as a stupid question. Many people are watching. You're all friendly. A lot of them are knowledgeable too. KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. 7879 Dreamliner. Hey there Teslusjes, good morning. JP van Ruitbeek, goedemorgen, buongiorno. Sarah asks if I am a ortho... Oh, message retracted. I'm no surgeon. If I were, I probably wouldn't be able to stream so often. Alrighty, here we are back again. Let me take a first sip of AMS Live vodka here. Our next airplane is Pegasus, flight 1251, arriving from Istanbul, A321neo, aka Fly Pigs or Air Oink Oink. Why? Because it says Fly PGS on the side and many read into it Fly Pigs. Flight time 3 hours and 23 minutes. Normally speaking, Istanbul, Amsterdam should be around 3 hours, so they must have had a little headwind on their way. First flight was in April 2022. TC Ribbon. RBN. Ribbon. Hadi Monique, goedemorgen. And Sarah thought I fixed knees. No, I don't. I don't. Although orthopedics is a very nice profession. If you can stomach working in hospital all day. That's not exactly my cup of tea. Remco, goedemorgen. Je vader, goedemorgen. Mieke, goedemorgen. Did I already say hi to me myself? I think I did. If I didn't, then hereby. Lucas-san, good morning. Pieter, goedemorgen. And asks, is this the center runway? It isn't. This is runway 06. It is the Polderbaan. Emirates Sky Cargo, which just now departed from runway 27, which pretty soon is expected to close in favor of the center runway. Hey, is that ITA? I think it is. I think it is, and it is an A380. Sneak preview of what is to come. Beautiful airplane, beautiful livery, amplified by the sun shining on it. This is Transavia flight 5426 arriving from Pisa. Pisa. Hey, Gretje also back in the chat. Good morning, Roadhog. Hey, no worries, Sarah. You are somewhat close. You're not too far off. But I'm not an orthopedic surgeon. Right, another Delta is coming. Oh no, 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 ITA is going to 36 Center. They're already redirecting airplanes to 36 Center, which is going to open from 11 until 11:40 most likely. Ah, damn it. Means that the glimpse of the ITA A220 with good lighting we had just now, when it's on final for 36 right, we have backlight. Means we'll only be able to see the contours of the airplane. Hardly any detail or color. Marcelo, good morning. Hadi Greet, goedemorgen. Babbers, goedemorgen, good morning. Let's see. What's this? Is that a quad? Squad? No, that's a twin. Too far away to see what exactly it is. Bit less difficult with this airplane. This is Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida. 8 hours and 50 minutes on the way. November 829 November Whiskey. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight June 2016. Hadi Hendrik, goedemorgen, good morning. Infinity, goedemorgen. That's reverser use and wheelie. Sarah asks if there are crosswinds. Let me do an update of the weather report while we can see what is going on in the background with the Chinese triple. Good plan to update the METAR in the ticker. The METAR that is in the ticker is this. A refresh will show us that the wind is now blowing from over here If we change the runway heading, this is how the airplanes are landing. In other words, the wind is a little bit blowing from the left, but there is a variation between a wind that is perpendicular to the runway heading for the airplanes landing here and a little bit from the right. On average, it is mostly headwind and there's 6 knots of wind. We have few clouds at 1700 feet. Visibility is 10 plus kilometers and there's no ceiling. Air temperature, for those of you wondering, 5 degrees Celsius. So that equates to 40 or so degrees Fahrenheit. Let me quickly paste the new weather report in the ticker. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with METARs, it is the weather report for the airport, updated twice an hour. Hey, I'm hearing propellers. I was about to inform you what the METAR means, but first up, that is the Coast Guard Canadian registered -8-100 flying outbound for coastal patrol. So converging landings are now in progress for approximately 40 minutes, from 11 until 11:40. That's usually when 2 runways for arrivals are open, and today those are converging runways. If you look on the map of Schiphol Airport, you can see the runways intersect and the airplanes fly towards one another. So timing is very crucial. Also procedures for go-arounds. I'm hearing a 777. Ah yes, there's one staring me in the face. This is KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. That's an A321neo. Goedemorgen, Seal the Deal. Good morning. And Simon, good evening. Simon is tuning in from Melbourne. Hey, wasn't the F1? Didn't the F1 season begin? Isn't there a race happening this weekend over there? Thought I heard something on the radio this morning. I heard a G90 starting, and that is a Qatar cargo 777 over there. Long distance headshot there. Right, F1 season starts in Melbourne this Sunday. Heard something like that this morning on the radio. Thought that our one and only Max didn't do that well in the free trainings thus far, but that's all I heard. Had the radio on while I was preparing to go out for the stream. That's Donald. I'm not sure, I'm not able to see if Daisy is also there. Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's on his own over there. This is an EasyJet A320 Neo arriving from London Stansted. And we have another A320 Neo from EasyJet arriving after this, coming in from Geneva. And after that, a regular A320, another EasyJet. That's 3 consecutive EasyJets. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, this is what the sky looks like. Looking to the east, things look like this. Looking to the south, this is what I see. So there's a big cloud, but it's right below the sun. Lucky that we are standing in such a way that the cloud is not in our way. Or in the sun's way, I should say. It's not very warm. There is a little bit of a breeze. I'm still wearing my heated gloves again. Things get chilly in the shade pretty quickly. This is EasyJet flight 27866 arriving from Geneva, regular A320 Neo, 1 hour 4 minutes on the way. The OELSW, which celebrated its first birthday last month. First flight was in February 2024. A truck drove by just now and it is photobombing our headshot of the Qatar, which is over there. Damian, goedemorgen. Jiha, goedemorgen, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Gary, good morning. MO, good morning. Ramon, goedemorgen. What heated gloves do you have? They're thin and they're from Bertschot, I think. Have heating elements on the outside and on the inside. They have fingertips that allow you to use the touchscreen of your phone. Means I can use flight radar while filming, zoom in and zoom out on my screen without the need to take them off. Gary Grebe over there. No, wait, that's Chris Coot over there saying hi. Hey Diana, goedemorgen. Bob also back in the chat. Good evening, mate. Hope all is well. Now, this triple needs to traverse runway 06 at some point. I'm not sure when that's going to be. Slowly but surely it is coming this way. First KLM flight 982 arriving from London City. There's two Embraer 190s coming in relatively closely after one another. It looks like there is a gap after these two airplanes have landed before Iberia Express will arrive. So I think that's probably the moment of opportunity, the window of opportunity for the Qatar triple to traverse the runway. Yeah. Good luck trying to see something within the cockpit. In the cockpit. Herpa derpa derpa. Herpa derpa Derpa is going viral with her piece for 75 years now. Arriving from Bristol today. German Airways. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1076. And good morning, Scooter Zista. Scooter Zista, good morning. En Jeffrey, goedemorgen. And good morning, goedemorgen Gleed. Right, Embraer 190 with a bit of a gap between it and the Iberia Express arriving after that. Means that Qatar Cargo is holding short for the time being. I think it's going to traverse the runway once the next airplane will have landed. This is KLM flight 1068 arriving from Southampton, number 190. Yep, Qatar on the move. Making sure it has traversed the runway before Iberia Express flight 1791 will land on the runway. There you go. Still the Deal asks, what's the oldest plane landed here? Well, back when it was still flying, it was the DC-3 Dakota, I think. 81 years old or something. Now it's probably one of the 747s. One landed earlier this morning that was 33 years old, if I recall correctly. Design log says, really appreciate the live streams. I'm standing at the Polderbaan now as well, but usually enjoying from the office. Keep it up. Nice. There are a few people that are standing here. Thanks for the kind words, design log. This is Iberia Express flight 1791 arriving from Madrid, A320. And a wide body will be following after this. KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire. Hey there, Dutch Kiwi. And good evening. Howdy Klaartje, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Michelle, goedemorgen. Michelle says in Dutch, have not joined this channel long yet, but like it every time. First plane channel that I started watching. Greetings from Limburg, which is in the southeast of the Netherlands. That is very nice to hear. Welcome and glad to hear you're enjoying yourselves. I hope everybody is. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't already, don't forget to leave a like. It really helps to bring in more people who, like yourselves, are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel just yet. This is KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire, A330-300, 8 hours 15 minutes underway. It's the fuck off. PHAKF. First flight of this airplane was in October 2014, and that makes this airplane 10 years old. Good morning, Maurice. Hey there, Barry. Good to see you again, mate. Hey there, Hamish. Good day. Next airplane will be arriving from Chester. In the background, we can see it already. KLM flight 1030. Flight time 45 minutes. PHBCL, 5 years old. First flight December 2019. It's a triplet of... it's a quartet. 4 consecutive 737-800s approaching. And then there's an Embraer 175. And probably then a KLM 777-200. Maria, is there an update with respect to the estimated time of departure of the Suriname A340? That was still 20 minutes or so away, wasn't it? Suriname A340 to Paramaribo was expected to leave around 10:20 earlier in the morning. Looked like it was battling a little bit of crosswind, banking left and right as it passed by. Estimated time of departure 11:33. Thank you, Maria. That means in 15 or so minutes from now, if all is well, from the Polderbaan we are going to see the A340-600 taking off to Paramaribo in Suriname, if all is well. Hey Kjell, good morning, welcome back. Hope all is well, mate. Our next airplane is the trash airplane, Transavia TRA-8H. Flight 5132, arrival from Barcelona, 1 hour and 50 minutes underway. The PHBL, 14-year-old airplane, first flight July 2010. The airplane that you see behind it is KLM flight 1042, arriving from Birmingham. And that is a 737-800. There's an airplane turning in the background, and if all is well, that should be KLM flight 1136, which is approaching from Dublin, Ireland. QJ says Atlas is expected around 134, so that's getting delayed as it had an ETA of 115 and then 120 earlier. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, see what is coming in. We are expecting another 747 and an A380 still. The A380 is now in Czech airspace and is expected 12:29. Atlas Air is coming this way. Its ETA is 1:33. I'm sticking around for both airplanes, so we are expecting both airplanes to land here on this runway. John also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome to all other viewers who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Primary runway for arrivals, although converging arrivals with runway 36 right open temporarily, now in progress as well. PHBXY, arriving from Birmingham. Hey there, Jurgen. And hey there, all others. Sertek, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Standing in the shade now. That's because this cloud is in the way of us and the sun. Cloudiness is increasing. KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland is next to arrive. That's a 737-800 with KLM flight 1174 behind it. That is arriving from Stavanger and is an Embraer 175. Third airplane approaching the Polderbaan right now is a 777-200 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. That is KLM flight 676. First up, KLM flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 1 hour and 8 minutes underway. It looks like the hatch of the Emirates Triple has closed in the meantime. So whether or not that means it's going to get pushed back pretty soon remains to be seen. Nippon has been standing there with its hatches closed all throughout the stream since the beginning of the stream. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean it's going to leave pretty soon, but there is a chance we might see it getting pushed back and hear its engine being started. Next airplane to come this way is number 175, and the airplane behind it is the 777-200 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. First up, KLM flight 1174, Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger. 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. 8-year-old airplane, first flight May 2016. Jurgen asks if I'm standing next to the Polderbaan, and the answer is yes. In the meantime, Austrian has landed over there on 36 right, and we have K4 over here passing by. Bird control K4. Hadi Han, goedemorgen. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You already missed the landings of two 747s around, what was it, 10:25 and 10:35, I think. Saudia, 747-400 freighter, and the 747-8 freighter from Cathay Pacific Cargo following. We're sticking around until Atlas has landed, which now has an ETA of around 1:33 p.m. And in an hour or so from now, an hour and 5 minutes, the Emirates A380 is expected. This is KLM flight 676 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. 777-200 7 hours 52 minutes underway. It's the PHBQD, 21 years old, first flight December 2003. No. I was wrong. For a moment I thought, did the hatch of the Emirates open again? But it was the Chinese triples that I saw. Norwegian lipstick is approaching 36 right, which is still open as secondary runway for arrivals for another 15 or so minutes, if all is well. Does look like there is somebody depicted on the tail. Who it is a bit hard to see from over here, particularly with the heat distortion emanating from those buildings. Jerry is missing out on glide slope shots here. He's probably preparing for his 6-week train journey, which begins on Saturday, tomorrow. This is Britty Hopper, Eastern Airways on the right, coming in from Norwich. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1056. 34 minutes on the way for 128 nautical miles. An Embraer 190 long range. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight somewhere in 2009, the month not specified on flight radar. Hey, Gary Grebe, Mother Tucker. I see you, mate. What up? Mother. Mother Ducker. Mother Ducker. Now the question is, will he move to the left or to the right? I think we have our answer. Now back the other way. Oh, or was he over there? Hey. Now I'm not sure which one I filmed here in the beginning. Ah. You're playing a game with me. If you dive, I re-emerge. And vice versa. Alrighty, next up KLM flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen. Another Britty Hopper. No, German Airways. It's the damn wall. Wolfgang asks if this is the terminal for 3. It certainly is, with a lot of traffic over here. We have 2 Grebes over there, and the Coots are swimming over there. Now, Donald, I think we saw taking a nap over there earlier. So I'm not exactly sure where the ducks are. The Grebes and the Coots are here. Next airplane coming in, Embraer 190, arriving from Bergen. KLM City Hopper, flight 1164, and I am seeing traffic no longer going to runway 36 right. So I'm thinking this once again has become the only runway for arrivals. Now, a massive big thank you to David Tesniak. I hope I pronounced your last name properly, for a very generous super chat there. He writes, "Hi everyone, what flight path do aircraft come in to land at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport?" There are several. It depends on the wind and runway use, mate. If you have a look at flight radar, you can see that the airplanes that are landing on the active runway, runway 06, are approaching via different routes. If you go to flight radar, I now have a filter enabled, but airplanes arrive from the east usually get directed towards this route, and over here they get vectors. In the case of runway 06, which is oriented like this, the airplanes usually get vectored either over the airport, make a turn over here, come back in, or they get vectored more to the south and are turning in like so. If they are landing over here on this runway, they get vectored to the south and then like so. If they come in from the west, they usually go to over here and then they get vectors. So that means that airplanes arriving either come from the north or from the south to a point over here, get vectors to land like so. And if they come in from the south, they usually come in here in this province, the southwestern province of Zeeland, and they get vectors usually straight in. But it depends on the runway use. If they are landing on different runways, they usually get different vectors, but there's usually a point where the airplanes are going to initially over here. If they come from the west, if they come from the south, it's usually over here through this province. And if they come from the east, they usually go to this point here and then get vectors. It depends on where the runway is, they need to go to. If the Polderbaan is used for landings, they get vectors to the west and then to the south, and they get vectors from the, if they arrive from the west, also to this point and then the glide slope. And if they fly in from the southwest, they usually fly over the sea, over the coast, then to the right and then to the south. So it really depends on the runway use and the wind, but there are a few points where all the airplanes are directed to initially, and from there usually ATC vectors them to their final destination, depending on how busy it is. Sometimes a bit more of an elaborate route than other times, so it really depends. Patrick asks, what camera is that? Is that iPhone? It certainly isn't. It's a bit more elaborate than that. It is a Canon XA60. Our next airplane coming in is KLM flight 1284, arriving from Aalborg, Embraer 175. Flight time 1 hour, precisely according to flight radar, the PHEXP. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight July 2017. See that Gerrit is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Gerrit. Hope all is well. Looks like there is a NetJets BizJet on the glide slope 236 right. Whether or not it is going to land on the runway remains to be seen. More likely to me seems that it's going to brake to the right at the last minute and land on runway 04 instead. Question is, can we see it already? It is beautiful, by the way, to see the lighting of the clouds looking to the south. Look at this. You can see more cloud activity to the south, and it is beautifully illuminated by the sunshine over here. The BizJet, I think, is flying over there. That is NetJets Embraer Phenom 300, and check out the beautiful cloudy backdrop. Absolutely wonderful. I'm keeping the shot a little wide so that you can see the clouds in the backdrop. Registration CSPJA. 2-year-old airplane, hailing from the year 2023, month not specified, Embraer Phenom from NetJets. It's probably going to brake to the right, land on runway 04. You can see by the distortion that buildings are visually nearby. Should catch another glimpse of it after it has cleared the building. Question is, can we see it braking to the right? The answer is no. Because this is a building it won't escape from. Telltale whistle, E2 Embraers and A220s make the similar sound when they pass by. Ah, 0422 under maintenance. Interesting. What runway did the Dash 8 take off from then? I was under the impression that it took off from 04 earlier on its patrol round. Hey, I see that Jean-Yves is also back in the chat. Salut mon ami. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Quad Squad Contrail. Let's see. What is this? That is Lufty. A340? If I had to guess, I'd say it's an A340. John asks why those engines whistle. That's a good question, mate. I have no idea. I do know that both the A220s and the E2 Embraers have geared turbofan engines of the same engine family. They're not exactly the same type. I think it was Alvin that once looked into it, but they are from the same engine type family, and for whatever reason they make that whistle sound when they pass by. Just like how the engines, the GE90s on the 777-300s and the freighters and the 200 long range also have that certain howl that you hear that you don't hear when the 200 passes you by. Apparently something unique in the engine design. Ah, A340-300 Frankfurt to Detroit. Thank you, Yillard, for letting us know what that contrail was, what it was and where it is going to, from where to where. Thomas B. sagt, hello all from Germany. Herzlich willkommen, Thomas. Good to see you, mate. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It is not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, they're all friendly. Many are knowledgeable as well. Also, if you've been enjoying yourselves with this stream thus far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Really helps to promote the channel's content to new people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. Make our already awesome community even bigger and more awesome. Wolfgang says, I would say it's the gear. I'm inclined to say that's probably the case. If that's the thing that makes it different from the other airplane engines. Two airplanes on the glide slope over there. Air France flight 1500 is the next airplane to arrive. It is not the baby bus, but its bigger sibling, the A319. Arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. 40 minutes the flight time. 25-year-old airplane. First flight May 1999, making it a millennial. Glass asks, how is Lisa? She is doing fine. She's doing well. Brandon says you're in a good place here, near all the heavies in your right. Yeah, they are obstructed from view a little bit through all these rocks. That's a bit of a pity. And interestingly, the Chinese triples normally on the north side of the cargo apron. Today they are parked over there, and interestingly, I also saw that they tugged a Delta A380 over there, which I'm a bit surprised to see. Interestingly, now things have changed a little bit. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. Looking to the west, this is what it looks like. Now looking to the east, things are more open, and things to the south are still somewhat cloudy. Center open for departures. Thank you, Maria. This is KLM flight 1404, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. A 737-700, 41 minutes the flight time. That is par for the course, 40 to 45 minutes. The average flight time of London to Amsterdam, Luxembourg to Amsterdam, and Paris to Amsterdam. Lulu asks, what is Luxom? It's a rental company where you can rent a shed, or if you need to do construction, you need to go higher up. These are the things that you can rent from them. Probably also containers if you need them. And indeed, Roy, where the rocks are was the most famous spotter spot for years. Kaagbaan used to have its own dedicated spot where also the ice cream and French fries truck would come. That's in the good old days before everything became logistics companies and cargo apron. Barry asks if Schiphol is the biggest European airport. I don't think that it is. I think it's the 5th or something in terms of traffic. Obviously, I think that Paris and London are bigger. Frankfurt perhaps too. Hey, good news, Maria. A340 from to Paramaribo on the move finally. And thanks Yillard, who checked out where the Dash 8 left from. It left from Polderbaan, runway 27. Okay, there you go. Scaffolding, Ryder Rattler says. Indeed, scaffolding and, well, basically all the things that you might need when you do construction, by the looks of it. Let's see, this is JetBlue arriving from New York, JFK. Sarah, are you still there? This is your airline, JetBlue, arriving from New York, JFK, flight 2288. 7 hours and 4 minutes on the way. Only briefly in the sun. Clouds are getting in the way a little bit. Hey, Sarah's still there. 7 hours and 4 minutes the journey. Brand new airplane. Will be turning one in April this year. Hey there, Felix. Good to see you again. Right, Luther chimes in, says that Barry, Schiphol is the third largest. Largest is Heathrow. Second largest is Paris. There you go. And Thomas says fourth. Istanbul is also bigger. Istanbul is Europe too. Oh, okay. Willemijn asks, until when are you going to stay live? Well, at least until the Atlas 747, which is expected around 1:30, has landed. I also expect that around that time the second batch of batteries for my heated gloves are going to give out, which probably means that my fine motor skills and airplane following will degrade pretty soon thereafter. Hey, Hannah Willie is saying hi, just subscribed, watching from New Zealand. Kia ora and good evening. Nice of you to say hi. You'll find that AMS Live has a relatively big contingent of viewers watching from down under, both from Australia and from New Zealand. Alabama Al is also back in the chat. Howdy. I'm hearing something. Hey! It was obscured from view a little bit, but then I saw a massive engine. It's the angry looking Chinese triple. It has been pushed back. That's the triple that was closest to us, behind the rocks. So for those of you joining us later, only welcome to the show. You might have missed the landings of two 747s already. Those were in landing here around 10:30, one 10:25, one 10:35 if I recall correctly. There's a third 747 on their way. It is expected around 1:30 p.m. The Emirates A380 is expected around 12:30 if I recall correctly. Embraer 190 arriving from Göteborg, KLM flight 1230. Second GE90 is starting. You can probably hear it as well. And Yillard is informing us that the A340 is going around the center runway and expects that we can see it. You're goddamn right. There it is. Lovely to see. Thanks for the heads up, Yillard. That's the A340-600. Finally on the move. Final destination, eventually Suriname and Paramaribo. Paramaribo is Suriname. First, next stop is the Polderbaan threshold. KLM E2 Embraer 195, flight 924, arriving from Edinburgh is this. 1 hour and 8 minutes on the way. Hear the whistle. I think that the Air Baltics inbound have already landed, the morning arrivals, so probably won't have comparison material other than more E2 Embraers probably. James K 415 also back to the channel again, tuning in from Washington DC. Good morning there, welcome back, hope all is well over there in Washington. Stefan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Love, 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 love from FDDDVVJJB. That's really kind. Thank you so much. Right, Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg next, and two Embraer 190s after that. One from Brussels, one from Stockholm. Where are the wide bodies? Looks like we still have to wait a bit for them. This is KLM flight 1710, which is arriving from Luxembourg. Embraer 175. And the Chinese triple is moving. China Southern Cargo. And Monster Tube says that the A380 is almost entering Dutch airspace. That's good news. China Southern is traversing runway 06 before KLM flight 1704 will land, arriving from Brussels. A380 now above Kassel in Germany. I think I once received a ticket from the police in the vicinity of Kassel when I was driving to my winter sport destination with my lease car in Germany over the A3 highway while they were working on the road. I think that was from Kassel. And good morning to Peter Cuckoo Cabacho, who is tuning in from Phoenix, Arizona. Good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, and welcome to all others who have joined us in the meantime. Happy Friday to you all. Let me turn around for KLM flight 1704, Embraer 190 arriving from Brussels. Green Light is greeting us from Utrecht. Good to see you, Green Light. Oof. Good morning. Kassel A7. I'm pretty sure I was on the A3. Maybe it happened somewhere different, but the police department was from Kassel or something. I think I followed the A1 highway and entered Germany over there. I think that's the A3, isn't it? Might be wrong. Not going to say that I know better, but I think it was at least somewhere in the vicinity of Frankfurt. I think it said that it was from Kassel, the ticket. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1216 arriving from Stockholm. More Embraer 190s coming in. And after this, we are going to see KLM flight 1004 arriving from London Heathrow. That's a 737-800 coming in next. And an E2 Embraer arriving from Berlin after that. KLM flight 1004 arriving from London Heathrow. KLM flight 1772 after that, arriving from Berlin. 737-800 followed by an E2 Embraer 195. Monster Tube says that the A380 is expected in 33 or so minutes from now. That is good news. Atlas Air, last time we checked, had an ETA of 133. Let's see if that has changed in the meantime. background you could see the 777 leaving this part of the platform area on its way to probably Polderbaan, since it is probably going back to China, and those Chinese carriers are still allowed to fly over Russian airspace. They usually depart to Groningen to the north, and they usually use the Polderbaan for that. Let's have a quick look on the map, see what we can expect. You can see flying over Germany still, but expected at 12:26 is the Emirates A380. Also coming this way, still flying west of England and Ireland, southwest. Now an ETA of 1:35 is Atlas Air, a 7478. The weather report that we had pasted in the METAR is this, and a refresh will tell us what the current prevailing wind is. This is the wind blowing in the direction of the airplanes landing on 06. Headwind mostly with a little bit of variation. The wind has picked up a little bit, 8 knots now. Few clouds at 2,200 feet. Otherwise, no clouds or visual impediments. Temperature is 6 degrees Celsius. Quick paste in the ticker, and also an update in the runway use, because 36C is now also once again back in use after the brief intermezzo where it was down for maintenance. A340 ready for takeoff on Polderbaan. Let's have a quick look and see if we can catch it. It should be going into the sky somewhere over there. A340. For those of you joining us only just now and are wondering what's over there, we are pointing the camera in the direction of Polderbaan, runway 36 left, where at this moment the A340-600 from Suriname to Paramaribo is taking off. There you go. Proof that the A340-600 can get airborne. Not a very fast climber. Howdy Ronald, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Morning, just a minute of morning left. Hey, Jeff is also back in the chat. And it is minus 2 degrees Celsius in Canada, where John is living. But it's going to be up to 18C. What? Yeah, it's still minus 2 probably because it's nighttime still, or early morning by now. Here we are expecting double-digit temperatures again later in the weekend. The temperatures are only going to increase a little bit. I think 13 to 15 degrees C here next week. Mid next week at the most. A couple of geese in the meantime over here. Passing by. Right, so that was the A340, and over here we have an Embraer 190 going from the very big to the very small. This is a Britty Hopper flying on behalf of KLM, flight 962, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. Flight time 52 minutes. Right, A340 is still visible. What a difference compared with was it Sunday or so last time we were here? Well, it was visible until it now was entering into the clouds, or it's flying in between them, I think. Yeah, she's flying in between the clouds now. Alrighty. I do see a wide body coming in, now flying in the vicinity of The Hague. KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Before that, we are going to see a Transavia flight that is arriving from Tirana in Albania. So, Emirates has been fully loaded up and has been that for a while now. Nippon Cargo in the background was already standing here with its hatches closed when I arrived here this morning. Nothing has changed in that respect. Hey, Duncan also back in the chat. Duncan asks, boy, do you ever fancy flying to any of those city hoppers for a day trip, Aberdeen, Stavanger, etc.? I've definitely given it some thought. Thing is that I still have a lot of bucket list items with respect to travel, but I'm also a cat owner and I don't want to leave my cat alone too long. We'll need a cat sitter each time I'll be planning a trip or have to go alone. So definitely something I want to do, but I think I'm going to take care of my bucket list, my travel bucket list, and do short and long trips that I still have scheduled after my cat has passed away, which hopefully will be a long time from now. Transavia coming in from Tirana, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Right, things are getting a bit more cloudy over here. Looking to the north, this is what it looks like. Looking to the west, it currently looks like so. Looking to the east, things look a bit more open, which is remarkable because in the beginning of the stream it was the other way around. Looking to the south, this is what it now looks like. The sun is now hiding behind a packet of clouds that is actually quite sizable. The wind is blowing in the direction, from the direction of the runway heading, so more or less from over here. So it looks like the sun won't be coming out anytime soon, although of course I hope I'm wrong in that respect. The next airplane to arrive is a Dreamliner 7879 arriving from Rio de Janeiro, and if I am not mistaken, it should be or become visible anytime now. Oh wait, there it is, flying towards the glide slope. This is being reasonably far in the top end of digital zoom, so if things look a bit pixelated, that is because I am zoomed in substantially. Job says, can you talk a little bit softer? I'm sitting 10 meters next to you, but all I hear is you shouting. In that case, maybe you should get a little bit further away from me. We have plenty of space over here. So this is KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. It is a 7879 Dreamliner. 10 hours and 20 minutes underway. The PHBHN. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight January 2018. Next airplane coming in after that is going to be EasyJet flight 23051. Arriving from Belfast. That's an A320. We have a helicopter coming this way. I think it might be a Robinson. Nope. It's one of those smaller, which I'm not exactly familiar with all the types of helicopters, which one this is. Lovely to see. Compared with what we are used to seeing over here, it does look a bit flimsy, doesn't it? I suppose it is airworthy. Baby Bell, Barry says. There you go. Baby Bell, use 269C, Roy says. Hey there, DB Baseman, who is tuning in from Edinburgh. Oh, lucky you, Trump 757 visiting. Nice. Daniel says straight from MASH. Was that in MASH? I still remember fragments of MASH, but I think I was too young to really have followed that series very intensively. It was the same helicopter of the Calypso from Jacques Cousteau. Hey, I didn't know that. Interesting information Jean-Yves is sharing. Anyway, this is KLM flight 706. It is arriving from Rio de Janeiro. The PHBHN, 10 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight January 2018. Ron is also back, tuning in from Allen Springs. Good to see you, mate. Hey, check it out. Oh, I was about to say Gary Greeb's nephew with a different color livery is also here, but he dove under as soon as I had spotted him. He's going to re-emerge somewhere at some point. We know that. Question is it left or right? Oh, check out how far it has swum. All the way over there. And under again. Alright. The helicopter's coming back. I thought it was coming back. Circling around the airport. In the meantime, EasyJet is arriving from Belfast in Northern Ireland. EasyJet flight 23051. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight July 2014. GEZWX is its registration. QJ is informing us what we already thought was going to happen. The A380 has been assigned to the Kaagbaan. And Sarah chimes in, says that it was a Bell 47D that was in MASH. Alabama Al says you should bring a fishing pole. Not going fishing, man. I'm filming airplanes over here. But I think you are allowed to fish over here. As long as it doesn't say that it is prohibited, I think you are allowed to fish wherever you want. As long as you have a fishing permit. This is KLM flight 1602, arriving from Rome. KLM flight 1602 is underway for 1 hour and 55 minutes. It's a 737-700, the PHBGI 15-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. Hey Hans-Josef, auch wieder da. Herzlich willkommen und danke für deine schönen Wörter. Leon has already sighted the A380 over Deventer, so it is in Dutch airspace. It's coming. Hey, Martin R, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Alles goed? And that plane for Han is above Kortrijk. I think I know what you're referring to, QJ. Hey, police helicopter is also coming back. Police helicopter will be landing at its landing site near the general aviation platform at Schiphol Oost pretty soon. In the meantime, coming in from London City, KLM flight 984. Flight time 40 minutes, par for the course. It's the PHEZF, 15 years old, first flight July 2009. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, this is what it currently looks like. Looking to the west, things look like this. Looking to the east, still the openest of skies. And looking to the south, you can see beautiful clouds being illuminated by the sunshine over there. I got the feeling that I'm feeling a few droplets every now and then. Looking in the water, it doesn't look like it is raining. Looking up, I wouldn't be surprised if it were raining a little bit. I'm also wondering, are those birds of prey over there? A bit hard to see. They're circling. Could be anything. Right, so now once again we have to wait a little bit before traffic is coming. One of the first airplanes to arrive is LOT Flight 263, also KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. They're both arriving as either the first or the second airplane. In the meantime, overlooking the cargo apron on the north side. Buzzards. So those are buzzards, Karin says. Roy says maybe the birds are causing the rain, quote-unquote rain. That's definitely possible. My rain doesn't look white, so that at least is worth something. Yeah, so we are waiting for traffic to come. The A380 is already on the move, one of the first airplanes to arrive. There's a little gap between the arrivals now. KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia is also coming this way. K2 just now passed by. Right. For those of you joining us later and are wondering what else is in store, have a quick look on the map. The Emirates A380 is already in Dutch airspace, and I'm expecting it to get vectors for the downwind leg, base leg, and then final to the Polderbaan. We might be able to pick it up later. I'm going to look for it in a few moments. ETA of 141 now for Atlas Air, the 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. Still a bit to the southwest of Ireland. In the meantime, this is the meter that I had pasted in the ticker. A refresh will tell us we now have few clouds at 2,800 feet, few clouds at 2,500 feet. Temporary periods of light shower and rain have been noted now in the weather report. The wind is blowing in the direction of the runway heading. The pilots are landing with headwind. And let me also tell you what it all means. The weather report, the meter, is very informative. Let me paste it in the ticker and take you through it quickly before we're going to scout and see if we can see the A380. So the meter is the weather report of Schiphol Airport, updated twice an hour, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. It starts with EHAM, the abbreviation of the airport, Schiphol Airport. It is the 14th today, and the report is published at 10:55 Zulu time. That's 11:55 Central European time. The wind is blowing from 060 with 7 knots of wind. The wind direction is variable between 020 and 090 degrees. Visibility is 10 kilometers. We have few clouds at 2,500 feet, few clouds at 2,800 feet. Some of them can be towering cumulus clouds. It is 6 degrees Celsius. The dew point is at -1. The air pressure is 1,009 hectopascals, and we have temporary periods where visibility reduces to 7,000 meters, and there's a warning of light showers and rain. Those temporary periods lasting less than 30 minutes. In the meantime, I think our next airplane is going to be KLM Flight 622, which is arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It seems to be on the base leg, while LOT is still flying downwind. The silver lining is that the area where the A380 will probably follow the LOT is over there and is relatively bright. So if all is well, we should be able to see it quite well. Let's see if we can spot KLM Flight 622 first. It should be approaching from the left, from the right. So I'm making the shot a little wide. It is a 777-200 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. And I think I saw it just now. There's also another A330 cargo airplane that just now has started its engines, right as we were seeing the 777 from KLM approaching the glide slope. KLM flight 622 777-200 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 48 minutes underway. The PHBQL, 19-year-old airplane, first flight February 2006. Turning in, the lights are already on. Giving it a bit of additional digital zoom so that we can see the hatches open and the main gear and the entire gear extending. In the meantime, and the mic is also pointing in that direction, you can probably hear an airplane spool up a little bit. That's the A330, which I think might do its best to get over the runway before this airplane is going to land. Right, the A380 is near Almere. Not able to see the A380 just yet. I think it should be visible. Oh, I think I have it. I think I have it already. Yes, there it is. Flying on the downwind leg, the Emirates A380. Emirates flight 147 now flying just south of the Vinkenveense Plassen. Right, so that was the Emirates A380, expected pretty soon. And over here we have KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 777-200 7 hours and 51 minutes on the way. The PHBQL, 19 years old, first flight February 2006. So there you go, flying with beautiful clouds in the backdrop. If I keep the shot a little wide, you can still see it over there. Absolutely lovely to see. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. We'll be landing here in a matter of minutes. Next up is going to be LOT flight 263 arriving from Warsaw. There it is. Embraer 195, 1 hour 43 minutes on the way. It is an Embraer 195 long range. Not an E2, but a regular Embraer. 13 years old, first flight August 2011. The airplane that you see in the background behind it on the left is Aer Lingus flight 604, arriving from Dublin in Ireland. First up, a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. Who would have thought? Only one word for this landing, polished. Missed the A330 from Air China Cargo that traversed the runway, but it is leaving now for probably the Polderbaan. In the meantime, Chris Coote is over there saying hi to everybody. He's done his morning cardio. Right, let's see, A380, it is approaching Leiden, turning base. That's probably still too far for us to see. Hey, that airplane wasn't on the on flight radar just now. That's interesting. KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel. Hey, we saw it leave earlier from runway 27. That is nice. So we saw the entire fleet of KLM in the SkyTeam livery. Both airplanes, the 737-900 and the Embraer 190. Here they are. And this airplane we saw earlier taking off, or just having taken off from the then open runway 27. Finn op Avontuur asks, how much time have you seen a bird strike? Not very often, luckily. I don't know how many videos I've made of them. Each time I saw a bird strike here when I was streaming, I made a separate video of it, so just a handful of times, I think. Wolfgang says, do you know that you can order brake fans for cooling the brakes on the ground on Airbus aircraft? I didn't know that. That explains why we hardly ever see them. No, wait, huh? So why then is that so it's an item that is available, but that Delta apparently doesn't order for their airplanes. Either way. Two airplanes from now, the A380. Here it is. Airplane in the foreground is TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon. Now airplanes preceding Quad Squad members don't get much love here at AMS Live. That certainly will go for this airplane. A380, outer main gear and inner main gear. There you go. Last minute gear extension. Or was it already extended and is it just the angle? It looked like it was still extending its gear. Emirates A380. I see that the spotters that were standing next to me have moved to the approach lights, and rightly so. I've been standing here all morning. If you think I'm too loud, shouldn't be standing only 10 meters away from me and then telling me to shut up. F you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai International. Number 6 on flight radar, tracked by 440. Number 7, we're losing people tracking it on flight radar, tracked by 443 people. Flight time 6 hours and 46 minutes. That is about average. Usually it is around 6.5 hours, so it's a bit longer. A6EOO Echo Oscar Oscar is its registration. First flight was in April 2015, making it 9 years old. Alan also back. Good to see you, mate. Tuning in from down under Sydney. Mate, here's your airplane. It's today's stream thumbnail, but without the sunshine. Boo! Well, we heard the reversers. Yes. All of a sudden the wind starts picking up. That's the jet wash. Beautiful. Well, folks, if you joined us only to see the Emirates land, might be worthwhile to stick around for another hour or so. We have Atlas Air arrival from Miami, Florida. It is expected in an hour or so from now. Should land here on the Polderbaan as well. We're sticking around for it. And Alan is in Sydney. He sent me pictures from his flight in business. The spacious seating. Picture of him standing in behind the bar on the top floor. Hope you're having a great time down under, Alan. Our next airplane coming in is a Transavia A321neo, arriving from Porto in Portugal. Right. Emirates still visible in the distance. Canal Kurdistan also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and together with this king, 2 queens already landed. We're sticking around for the 3rd queen, which is expected in less than an hour from now if all is well. The A380 landing marks Maria's bedtime. So thank you so much, Maria, for joining us here today. Sleep well. Hope to see you again tomorrow. If all is well, should do another stream tomorrow and Sunday and Monday as well. Now look away if you are gluten intolerant. This airplane might give you the cramps otherwise. This is EasyJet flight 22515 A320neo arriving from London Luton. 15 minutes underway. It's the Guzlm G-U-Z-L-M. The airplane 4 years old, first flight June 2020. Next up, a fan favorite, among the hardcore fans of this airplane. This is Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. A320, 1 hour and 53 minutes on the way. The ECMVE, 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2018. Hey, Jens is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Right. Will the sun return? Is what I'm wondering. There's a big chunk of clouds now in the way. The sun, I think, is somewhere over there. And the wind is drifting in this direction. So I think maybe this patch of blue will drift towards where the sun is at right now. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we are going to see some sunshine again over here pretty soon. Contrails visible well. Is that Norwegian? I think it might be, because it does look like the nose is a bit red. Next airplane coming in is KLM flight 636, arriving from Las Vegas. It's a 7879 Dreamliner, 9 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Registration PHBHA. The airplane is 9 years old, first flight October 2015. Ooh, the sun is not far away, you can see. Wolfgang says, turn the windmills on. I thought they already were on, mate. Nice Soundtrack Promotions asks if there are Airbotic A220s still coming in. And the answer is I don't know for sure. I don't know the departures list from memory. They usually arrive earlier in the morning and leave during the morning. So I'm not very optimistic that we are going to see them, but you know, never know for sure. I do see that there's a Delta coming in as number 3. Can we see it already? KLM and Transavia in the foreground. On the far right we have KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. That is an Embraer 175. In the middle, or left of it I should say, there's an A321neo Transavia, and yes, the sun is beginning to shine again over here. Delta Airlines A330 arriving from Orlando, Florida is next after that. Should be number 3 on the glide slope. I wasn't able to see it yet, maybe you guys were. I'm always looking at the footage on my camera screen, which only is 3.5 inches. I do have a monitor of 5.5 inches big, but it adds to the surface area that wind can get a hold on. So even though it helps to see more detail, it doesn't help with vibrations when the conditions are windy. Yes, we're back in the sunshine here. Big difference in the perception of temperature. Milan asks if there are plans to make a new AN225. That's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to it, but I am interested to know the answer. Have you heard anything, and might there be something in the making? In the meantime, over here, the sun is just about to shine through the clouds. Also makes for much prettier airplane footage. Looks like there's a PC-12 on the glide slope 236 right. Really looking to my left a little bit to see if I can spot it. Towering cumulus clouds in the distance. And this is Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante, 2 hours and 9 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, according to Flight Radar, meaning it is less than a year old. It is going to celebrate its first birthday next month in April. And yes, the sun shining again. Lovely to see. There's contrails also visible. Let's see. Here's one. Yeah, it's pretty far away. Something closer by is over there. Also a twin jet. Hey, is that JetBlue? No, probably isn't. Bit hard for me to see what exactly it is, or might be. In the meantime, over here, Delta Airlines flight 90, arriving from Orlando, Florida. 8 hours and 32 minutes on the way. The November 814 November Whiskey, 18 years old, first flight December 2006. Nice wheelie. And reversers. Diana signing off. See you later. See you soon. Milan says, Lufty A380 flying behind the airplane you just zoomed into. Oh yeah, I do see it. There it is. That is very easy to see. Lufty A380. Old livery. The tail logo in yellow. Lovely to see. Right, and in the meantime over here, Anadolu jet arriving from Istanbul. 737-800, 3 hours and 24 minutes on the way. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight was in April 2014. George T says, good morning everyone. Good morning, George. And welcome to the show. Welcome to all others as well. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here near Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for the arriving airplanes today. Wind is blowing from the northeast, more or less in the direction of the runway heading. Means headwind for the airplanes landing here. Beautiful day here with sun and clouds here. We've seen two 747s and the A380 land here already, and we're sticking around for another 40 or so minutes until Atlas Air has landed. It is arriving from Miami, Florida. Its ETA was around 1:30 if I recall correctly. And Donald Duck also says hi. This is EasyJet arriving from Venice, flight 24071, an A320. Oh, and that was my knee bumping into one of my tripod legs. We know that ducks are night owls and like to sleep in, but they're definitely awake, alive and kicking. Wah, 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 wah. Right, so the ducks we've seen, the coots we've seen, the grebes we've seen. I think there's Donald. Hey, Izzy, tuning in from Australia. We'll fly to Germany next month. Nice, mate, nice. In the meantime, over here, Vueling flight 8353, A320neo arriving from Valencia. Another case of spot the dot. It also looks like the hatch of the Chinese triple has closed. So that's 3 cargo airplanes that are done loading and unloading. Job says bye. I say bye to you too, Job. Thanks for joining. Arzt ohne Grenzen is tuning in from Munich. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you, mate. Hey, Lifeliner. That's one of the Lifeliner emergency helicopters, flying ambulances, probably returning to its base, which is in the port area of Amsterdam, on the west side of the city. Next airplane coming in is Lufti flight 2304 arriving from Munich, and I see that KLM flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf looks to become the first airplane to land on 36 right. That usually opens a secondary runway with winds like today around 1 o'clock. So they're nicely on schedule. Means that for the upcoming hour, everything arriving from the east is going to land on 36 right, and the airplanes arriving from the west and southwest will be landing here on the Kaagbaan. And Jay has to go, taking a walk. 2 Vueling dots is too much to handle. Well, you enjoy your walk and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you again sometime soon. And Jos is tuning in from Buenos Aires. Good morning, Jos. Bo says, boys, I just saw a meme that Ryanair have an A380. Is that true? Yes, it is true. I think I recall having put one of their A380s on as a thumbnail in one of my streams a couple of months ago. Nah, to my knowledge, it's all narrow bodies that they have. Kuwait Airways is coming in with an A320 Neo, flight 127, arriving from Kuwait City, 6 hours and 7 minutes on the way. Paul says anything is possible thanks to AI, and Alabama L says AI or L. Yeah. Next up, EasyJet arriving from Prague, A319. More airplanes behind it. That's an A320 from Air France arriving from Paris, and Transavia arriving from, what was it? Valencia. First up, EasyJet A319 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, flight 27928. LQC Alpine on the radio. So something I learned from you guys: if they're Swiss registered, it's top Swiss on the ATC. If it is German, Austrian registered, it is Alpine. And what was it when it's British registered? That I don't know. Qatar 777-300 arriving from Doha is unfortunately already assigned to 36 right. Should be coming this way. I think I already have it. Also a nice excuse to have a look at the dramatic clouds that you see over there. Towering cumulus clouds further away. That's 777 coming this way. Qatar arriving from Doha. Hadi Gert-Jan, goedemiddag. Right, easy. Just easy. Easy. Easy does it. This is Air France though. Arriving from Paris. Flight 1640. A320, 44 minutes the flight time. The heat wave distortion makes it seem as if it is a tropical day over here. I can assure you it isn't. I'm wearing heated gloves and I'm very happy to feel that they are working. Winter parka on. I also went to the hairdresser, so my neck is a little bald in the meantime. So I'm dressed additionally warmly just to not get cold. but it's not very warm yet. Even though the heat waves that this camera picks up on make you think it is a tropical day over here and everybody is wearing sleeveless shirts and shorts, it's not the case. HSA Transavia. The Qatar in the meantime passed by behind the buildings, no longer visible on its last few meters before touching down. Noah says, boy, have you heard about Jaap's marriage to Iva? Noah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry, mate. No idea what you're referring to. Jaap and Iva. I think I must be missing something. Next up, Sky Express arriving from Athens, A320neo, and a Transavia arriving from Faro, pretty far away. And KLM flight 9858 arriving from Brussels looks to be directed towards 36 right. That's an A330, which is probably being relocated. In the meantime, this is Sky Express arriving from Athens, flight 790, 3 hours and 20 minutes underway. Also a bit longer than normal. Athens usually averages around 3 hours of flight time to Amsterdam, similar to Istanbul's. 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2020. And Greece is bliss. Just so you know. Nope. Right. Where did I see it? I think this is the KLM A330. No, it isn't. That's an A321neo. I'm wondering if the A330 can already be seen over there. You probably can if you know where you need to look. Not seeing it just yet. I am hearing something pass overhead, really close by. Twin jet. Ooh, that's... Wasn't that a Chinese carrier? Dreamliner going to China, if I'd had to guess. Hainan or something? Hainan Airlines? Mark Gardner is also back in the chat. Good afternoon to you too, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. For those of you joining us later to the show, welcome. 2 Queens already landed. The A380 also has already landed, and we are sticking around for the arrival of a 3rd Queen, which is expected here around 1:30, if I recall correctly. And it was Hainan Airways. Daily Dose of Aviation asks what location I'm standing on. This is a field of grass right next to the southwestern threshold of runway 06, de Kaagbaan. This is Transavia flight 5356 arriving from Faro. Faro in Portugal, 2 hours and 34 minutes. The flight time, the PHHSC. That's Hotel Sierra Charlie. 14-year-old airplane, first flight April 2010. Damn, the sun is shining. No. KLM A380 arrival from Brussels. In the meantime, over there. Seems like it is a relocation flight. Not completely backlit anymore. Little bit of color visible. It's going to reach the buildings pretty soon, where the heat waves from the buildings in the foreground are going to distort the footage. Quite a drastic change. In the meantime, a KLM is arriving from Chester. Hoi Gert-Jan, goedemiddag. Hey Lise, eet smakelijk. Now we are going to hear some GE90s in a few moments. The Emirates Schiphol has been pushed back. Should start its engines pretty soon. We should start to hear that as well. Daily Dose of Aviation also inquiring if we've seen the new Korean Air livery. I think it looks hideous, but that's just a personal opinion. Is there anybody who doesn't think it looks hideous? I'm just curious. It's like with Iceland Air. They made something that was unique into a dime in a dozen. I think it's a shame, but there you go. Apparently, airliners feel the need to update and renew themselves. See that Liu is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good one so far today. So at the moment, converging arrivals are in progress with runway 36 right also open a secondary runway for arriving traffic. The primary runway is still the Kaagbaan, runway 06. Hadi Dolf, goedemiddag. Unmistakably, engine number 1. The wind is blowing the sound of the GE90 directly towards us. Mark actually thinks the Korean new livery is nice. Okay. There you go. Not everybody is unanimous in their opinion. Nice to hear. And Liwe, you definitely missed the Hindenburg. Not only that, something funny happened as well. I was standing here, been standing here all morning, and initially all alone. Then later some spotters came, and one of them actually complained in the chat about if I could lower my voice because he was standing 10 meters next to me and couldn't hear anything but me yapping. Why the F are you going to set up 10 meters away from me when there's ample space here? Have a look. Just some people I'm unable to understand. You have yards and yards, meters and meters on that side, on that side. Anyway. Fucking audacity. Me always yapping, indeed, Lisa. But, well, let's not speculate what must be wrong or not wrong with somebody when you say something like that, but I thought it was quite funny. In the meantime, KLM flight 751 in the vicinity of Noordwijk. Third airplane to arrive here on this runway. I must be standing at the best spot. Absolutely, Liwe. And they probably can hear me at the Polderbaan, Ton. Absolutely, I hope that they do. Make them curious about who is making that noise, what is going on. Daily Dose of Aviation says, when was that? I want to watch that back. I think it was when the Emirates A380 was on the downwind leg. So maybe 10-15 minutes, if less, before it landed. Right. Emirates will be leaving soon. I was also looking to see if we could see the airplane behind us already. Here it is. Wind has definitely begun to pick up a little bit compared with what it was earlier in the stream. You probably won't hear it because of the blimp. Looking on the scale of flag over here, you can definitely see it's a bit windier. Two airplanes on the glide slope. In the foreground we have Transavia, an A321neo arriving from GRX, that is Granada. Flight 5932. 2 hours and 26 minutes underway. It is the PHYHC. Brand new. First flight December last year. Quint asks if the 747 already landed. The answer is no, not yet. Let me show you guys in a moment. after KLM flight 751 has landed as well. Next up, this is KLM flight 751, a 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil, and we all know where that is, right? Flight time 10 hours and 56 minutes. It is the PHBQC. First flight was in November 2003, making this airplane 21 years old. Hey. Oeh. Ja, thanks for the heads up. Hoe laat gaat het ongeveer regenen? 1:30. Nou ja, hoop ik dat Atlas net op tijd landt. Dan kunnen we daarna inpakken.
Je wacht niet op AZ. Je komt met de Smartwings 220 komen die hierheen zometeen.
En hoe laat komen die?
Die staan gepland over een half uurtje, maar ze moeten nog vertrekken uit Londen.
Ze moeten nog vertrekken uit Londen. Nou, dat is nog 3 kwartier vliegen dan.
Ja, ik ga niet wel snel de Polderbaan. Dan
ja, dat is een verstandig idee.
Fijne steam, man.
Hey, dankjewel. Fijne dag, man. Hoi, hoi. Right, so apparently it is said that it's going to rain at some point. Haven't seen any warnings on my weather app yet. I am curious whether or not we are going to get any rain then. And let's have a quick look. This is the glide slope. Let's dive behind the computer, have a quick look, folks. So first of all, what are we waiting for? The answer is Atlas Air, which is now ready to pass over the canal. ETA half an hour from now still. What? Atlas Air is coming. In the meantime, Radar is telling us there might be a bit of rain. KNMI, which I think is a bit more reliable when it comes to yeah, you can see that there is a shower forming, but you can also see that as it moves further that it is dissolving and in the direction wind is blowing from. Otherwise, I'm not seeing anything. This is already dissolving, so I'm inclined to think it's not going to reach us. It's going to dissipate before it has reached us. In the meantime, have a look at the latest METAR. The METAR says fuel class at 2,800 feet, fuel class at 2,500 feet. The wind is still very much blowing from the northeast. In other words, more or less headwind for the airplanes landing here. Light showers and rain is what the METAR is warning for. Air temperature has increased to 7 degrees C. Now on days like today, I always trust the weather radar of the Dutch Met Office, KNMI, more than those of Radar. I can definitely see that there is something in the vicinity by the looks of it. It doesn't look very serious yet. Our next airplane coming in is KLM flight 792, arriving from Sao Paulo. It's the PHBVI and it is coming in from Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is in Latin America. You know what country is also there? Finally get to use it again, my sound effect. Unfortunately, no airplanes coming in from another continent. If you only joined us later, you might have missed the new sound effect. It was in the beginning of the stream a couple of times. Anyway, this is KLM flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo. It is a 777-300 the PHBVI. 10 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The airplane is 12 years old. The first flight was in June 2012. Qatar 777 freighter arrival from Doha, now on the glide slope for 36 right. Quick glance, and I think I have it. Beautiful sound when the airplane passes you by. It's the 777-300s, the 200 long range, and the freighters that make this sound. Whenever a 200, a regular 200, quote unquote, passes you by, you don't get to hear that sound. Here is Qatar cargo arriving from Doha, going to 36 right. Hey Ronaldo, goedemiddag. Oh! If you're wondering, am I hearing GE90s being started? The answer is yes, you are. China Cargo Airlines is also has been pushed back and is starting its engines. That makes for a very nice view on the Nippon cargo. That's KLM flight 1932, of which you saw its gear just now passing by. 737-900, no, 800, arriving from Geneva. The 900 is coming next. Zooming out, this is where the wind is blowing from as well. Don't see much. I'm only inclined to say that maybe a few droplets are falling over there. It looks like a bit of precipitation veil is over there. But it looks like the majority is over there. In the direction the wind is blowing from, all seems to be clear. Nice unobstructed view here. One engine is running. If both are, they're going to set the flaps. They're going to do a control check. After that, and everything is running normally. Request taxi. You can already... No, wait, I thought... Yeah. They're checking the elevator now. They'll probably check the aileron next. And then the rudder. And then the rudder. Yeah. In the meantime, the flaps have been set, the flaps and slats, you can see that. So now if everything is okay, they request taxi clearance and they'll taxi away. Wolfgang says Suparna 747 on flight radar. I have a visual on it as well. And Paul is signing off now. Thanks for joining, Paul. Hope to see you in the next one. Suparna Airlines indeed. Pushing back, making for a long distance headshot. In the meantime, KLM flight 1420 is arriving from Nantes. That's an E2 Embraer 195. That whale was howling like you know what. Howling mad. Just as it passed us by here. And here's the long distance headshot. Yeah, there are a few droplets now falling, Roy, so you might actually see a little droplet on the lens. Luckily you don't see it very much when you zoom in on stuff. So there are a few droplets still falling from the clouds. Nothing substantial. Mama is looking at us, as Mr. says. Indeed. Something landing in the background. And something landing here too pretty soon. That's going to be KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan. Which is now behind us. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes. It's a 737-800. The PHBCK. It is back. 5-year-old airplane. First flight April 2019. Queenie is making way for the Queen that is traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire probably by now. With an ETA of 145, getting more delayed each time we check flight radar. Now looking on flight radar we can see that the airplane we're waiting for, the Atlas Air, is halfway between England and the Netherlands. Roy says maybe you should look up maybe these birds again. Could be. I'm not going to look in up and have shit on my glasses. Bird shit on my glasses. Doesn't sound like a good idea to me. Hadi Nico, goedemiddag. In the meantime, Chris Coot is violently saying, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Those droplets weren't for me." Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga next. Hey, there's the Qatar triple. Is that a follow me truck? Beep, beep. This way, this way. The Qatar is going to keep the Nippon Cargo 7478 company. Still standing there all alone, so lonely. Hey there, Ramon. Goedemiddag. Good afternoon. All right. Let me take care of that lens problem while we still have a moment to do so. I think that the rain has stopped. That was just one isolated droplet. Should have taken care of it. Quickly putting back on the heated gloves. Hey there RDW, goedemiddag, good afternoon, and welcome to the show, one and all. Now, there is a BizJet approaching 36 right. Oh, that's already behind the buildings, no longer visible. Okay, Kaagbaan indeed, Marek, Kaagbaan indeed. We're waiting for Atlas Air to arrive, which is expected in about 15 or so minutes from now. This is Air France up. That's number 170. Right, well, we can already see that the slats are set. That means the flaps are too. Don't know if they've already did their control check. I think it might be on the move already, or is it? No, it does still looks to be standing still. It does still look to be standing still. Right. Looks like an EasyJet A320neo is going to follow next after this. So EasyJet flight 23853 arriving from Milan, and behind it is an Embraer 190 KLM arriving from Turin. Clouds in the background look quite dark and intimidating. It's not that bad though. Further away you can see some more towering cumulus clouds. Land inward mostly. 14 more minutes for the 747. Hey, Captain Eddie Bos is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Say hi to Andy for me. She is on the move now. She's definitely coming this way. Paul confirming that, as expected, Atlas Air will be landing here on the Kaagbaan. Hey, will Qatar traverse the runway? I think it will. And one will go from right to left. And this one I think will go from left to right. I thought initially that Qatar was going to join the Nippon Cargo over there, but it looks like we are going to see a double crossing of wide bodies traversing runway 06 at some point. Question is, when will that be? Because for now I'm seeing 3 airplanes back to back coming in for 06 with not much time for them to traverse. First of those is going to be KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin. That's number 190. Okay. Queenie is coming. Right, so we now have the situation where Suparna is going to cross from right to left. And at some point Qatar is going to cross from left to right. When that is going to take place, I don't know yet, because we have traffic coming in to 06. I think maybe there's a bit more spatial separation after the next 2 airplanes have arrived. The latter being EasyJet arriving from Manchester, and the next airplane after that is still a bit further away. At least that's what it looks like on flight radar. This is EasyJet flight 23173 arriving from Glasgow in Scotland. Flight time 1 hour and 12 minutes. It's an A319, 16 years old, first flight April 2008. Once again, a few droplets are falling. Interesting, because it doesn't look very cloudy where I'm now standing, if I'm looking up. Actually, small hail. So Suparna is still standing there, and Qatar is still standing there. And the first of my 2 heated gloves has given out. That was the last battery pack. It's an indication that the end of the stream is upon us. EasyJet A380 arriving from Manchester, next to land here. If all is well today, we should see the last bit of precipitation for the next couple of days. If all is well, from tomorrow onward it is going to stay dry and, albeit a bit chilly, sunny on almost every day. Oh, double queen headshot. Well, not a direct headshot. Looking good, looking good. Now surely the plan was to wait for the Atlas 747 all along, but that will probably be the last airplane of the day then. I'm not going to call it quits before the the 747 has landed. Already told you in the beginning, 3 Queens and 1 A380. So unless they're going to change the runway use in the meantime, I'm keeping my word, of course. But what a sight to behold! Transavia A321neo arriving from Lisbon. Qatar still needs to go from left to right. What a sight to behold. That's 2 747s there. Maybe after the next airplane, the Ryanair has landed. That's going to make a nice ending. So after that, maybe... Oh, wait, no. Action, action. It's simultaneous. It is simultaneous. Qatar is also on the move. We're going to see 2 airplanes crossing the runway simultaneously. What? Give me a little kiss. Wow. So that is Suparna going to the Polderbaan, presumably. And Cathay, the airplane that we saw land earlier, in the distance, giving us a long distance headshot. Right, the penultimate airplane of the day is landing here. Ryanair, arrival from Dublin, Ireland. Bye bye, Suparna. Right, one last look at Cathay Pacific before I'm going to turn the camera and see our last airplane arrive. This is going to be the last airplane for today's show. We've waited a long time for it. But here it is, Atlas Air Flight 8209. It is arriving from Miami, Florida. It is a Boeing 747-8, 8 hours and 20 minutes on the way. Gear is extending. Looks pixelated because I'm in the top end of digital zoom, almost 400 times. You're magnifying pixels by doing so, but it brings out a bit more detail than otherwise we would be able to see. Atlas Air Flight 8209, 8 hours 21 minutes on the way. Boeing 747-8 with registration November 856 Golf Tango. 13-year-old airplane, first flight October 2011. Zooming out to the top end of optical zoom, this is what you can see. Beautiful cloudy backdrop all throughout the stream. Quick glance behind me. The 747 from Cathay Pacific is still standing there. It's not on the move yet. Hey, you're welcome, Shunny. Shunny already says, thank you for the 4 hours of fun. You're welcome, mate. I'm happy to hear that you enjoyed it. I hope everybody has. If you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote this channel and its content to new viewers, people like yourselves who are into streams such as these and who might want to join our awesome community already established. Massive big thank you to everybody for joining me here today. Big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. A big thanks to everybody who supported in other ways than liking, super chatting, super stickering, becoming a member yourself, gifting memberships, merch store purchases, PayPal donations. Thank you all so much. You guys are what makes this channel great. This is Atlas Air, the last airplane of the day. 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. Smoky but not very hard. Unfortunately, another idle reverse landing. With the A380 at least we got to hear the engine spool up. I'm expecting a combo shot because the other 7478 is still standing there. Although it is being photobombed by Qatar. Horribly in the way. Now, tomorrow and the next following days we should have beautiful weather with more sunshine and less clouds and whatnot. Not sure yet where I'm going to go to, it depends on the wind. But you can count on me doing another stream tomorrow and on Sunday, and I'm also planning on doing a stream on Monday for those of you who are able to join me then. Compensate for the stream that I intended to do yesterday, but because of runway use wasn't able to. Drivers in the van passed me by here, waving at me. Now it's a pity of Qatar being in the way there. Would have been so much prettier if that Qatar wouldn't have been in the way. 2 queens, 1 shot. 1 airplane and 1 van too many, but the van is already clearing the way. Would be nice if Qatar followed suit. 10 engines in 1 shot. Hadn't even thought about it that way. Yeah. Right, so who's moving? Looks like nobody is doing anything. Traffic jam at Schiphol indeed, Remco. Gunfight at the OK Corral. Yeah, and the little van is like a small referee between the heavyweights. E2 whistle, for those of you. Yes, okay, we are getting our end shot here. 2 queens, 1 shot. Be gone. It's a thing of beauty. Qatar bullied away, it backed down. Indeed, guys. Right. Well, once again, folks, a big thank you for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time, even though a bit cold now. Thank you for joining. Hope you guys enjoyed. Stay safe, stay warm, enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see you all again tomorrow or otherwise later in the weekend. Bye for now, guys.